It's such a beautiful sunny day on the Baltic Sea coast. So happy to hear. Good morning, everyone.
Sopot. Agata Konarska, witam Państwa bardzo.
I'm Agata Konarska. Very, very warm welcome to the 15th European Financial Congress. This year's edition has the patronage of Poland's presidency in the European Union.
To the 15th European Financial Congress, one of the most important meetings of the financial world in Central and Eastern Europe. Europejski Kongres Finansowy, drodzy
The European Financial Congress is one of the region's most important events. That's Central Eastern Europe. It's one and only opportunity to have an unconstrained debate about the finances in Poland and elsewhere. It's also an opportunity to develop recommendations to support safe and sustainable development. I'm so happy to see such a great turnout of distinguished guests. Welcome to Sopot, and a very warm welcome to the people who are here with us, and that's we have Minister of Finance Andrzej Domański. A warm welcome to you, sir. Jakub Jaworowski, Minister of State Assets. Jacek Karnowski, Member of Parliament, Secretary of State, Ministry of Regional Funds and Regional Policy. Bogdan Borusewicz, Senator. Warm welcome. Senator Kazimierz Klejna, Chairman of the Public Finance and Budget Committee in Polish Parliament. Janusz Lewandowski, MEP. A very warm welcome to all the CEOs of Poland's leading financial institutions and managers at the highest levels and decision makers that shape and determine the economic policy, and a very warm welcome to representatives of science and academia.
Guests, thank you very much for being here in Sopot. The Congress, ladies and gentlemen, will be held in Polish, but everything, don't worry, will be translated into English, and you can still get the headset at the entrance of the hall. You will find English on channel 2 and Polish on channel 1. Drodzy Państwo, kongres odbywać się będzie w języku polskim, ale oczywiście...
So, ladies and gentlemen, this Congress will be in Polish, but we'll have translation into English with some of the presentations and debates held in English only. So if you should need translation, please pick up a headset available next to the door. It's English channel 2, Polish channel 1. The plenary session is also being streamed live. So a very warm welcome to everyone online. Thank you very much for such a great turnout. So, ladies and gentlemen, the meeting today is an opportunity to exchange views, but it's also the right time to think about the role and function of the finance sector given the geopolitical, social, and technological changes. The European Financial Congress 2025 is going to talk us through how the finance sector can support competitiveness and of the economies of Poland and the EU. For the most up-to-date program, please go to the address that we'll be sharing with you on the screen now. Plus, there is a special application for the participants of this year's European Financial Congress. Please use the application, as well as keeping you informed about the program. It will also assist you, both male or female assistant, so you can make an appointment or you can also express your opinion. Throughout the Congress, we have the Slido app also available to you. Make sure to use it if you have a question or if you'd like to give an answer or share your views. The plenary session, and I'm very happy to say this now, we have so many people here, so you can also follow the plenary session in Marco Polo E and also in the foyer. So those of you who cannot find a chair, I can see many people standing. You can also go to any of the other places where you'll be able to follow a live coverage of the session. Just as each year, we have the Center for Strategic Thoughts. That's the organizer and supporter of this year's Congress. This is an exceptional meeting, which wouldn't be happening if it wasn't for you, the people here in the room, the people following us online, and it's also about the partners of the Congress. And now a very big thank you to all the partners from the organizers. The main partner right from the start, that's the Bank PKO, Bank Polski. Thank you so much. We have a long list of partners, and to all of the partners, thank you so much for supporting this Congress. The main media partners are Bankier.pl, Business Insider Polska, Dziennik Gazeta Prawna, Forbes, Pubs, Rzeczpospolita, TV World, and XYZ. Thank you so much for your media support. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to everyone, I hope you're going to enjoy this meeting with discussions, observations, and great memories from this beautiful city of Sopot. I hope you're going to have a good time, basically. Sopot is now the second home to everyone who attends the European Financial Congress. It gives me all the more pleasure to invite to the stage the mayor of the city of Sopot for the formal opening of the Congress, this year's Congress. I give you Magdalena Czerzyńska-Jachim. Good morning. Welcome to Sopot. It's a city with 72 versus 27.1 with a turnout at the polls at 70%. A great round of applause for the people living in Sopot. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the proportions are reversed when it comes to smaller municipalities. After each election, we are faced with this fundamental question: what will be the reaction from the financial markets? And I think that this is a question that will keep coming back during many discussions, both official and unofficial discussions, while we have this Congress in Sopot. People used to say that money enjoys stability and quiet, peace and quiet. Now we know those two things are gone. They are not there at the local level and not there at the national level. Neither are those things there at the European level. What we have is things are very loud and very unstable. Lots of crises all over the place. And the first response, the first reaction on the front line, well, this is delivered by the local authorities. We are the ones that have to find solutions to the crises that are affecting our residents. Now, the main challenges, obviously, it's all about security, about competitiveness, and good quality of life. But it's not just about improving your quality of life, it's about maintaining the high level that we have. In Poland, let's be honest, we have a high quality of life. The standards of living today are good. But for all of this to work, we, representing the local authorities, we would like to ask for decentralization of funds coming both from the state budget and from the Europe. Whatever the political option, everyone at the local authority level is in favor of decentralized cohesion policy. It's also about more flexibility and better efficiency. The European project, it takes 5 years, but given the time that we are in crisis, it's like eternity. We are now building crashes, but in 3 years, we may find that there isn't really much take-up. That's why it's important to build social infrastructure and allow local authorities to decide what that social infrastructure is going to host. It will be easier, simpler, and more efficient. This is a slogan and a motto that we should all follow if we want to stay safe and competitive. And finally, here's a big appeal that I would like to address to everyone here. As we invest in green energy and as we invest in industry, let's not forget about investing in people, especially when it comes to people from smaller towns and villages where the proportions were quite different from what we saw here in Sopot. This is the chief investment for Poland and for Europe. Let's invest in people and let's remember about education. To everyone here, I hope you're going to have a good debates and a good time in Sopot. Let's smile. All the best. Thank you so much. Very important words. Thank you for your speech. And now on with the official opening of the Congress. I would like to invite Jan Krzysztof Bielecki, who's the chairman of the Program Council, European Financial Congress. Please, over to you. Looks like cannons being targeting me. Looks terrible. Anyway, good morning, everyone, first of all. And number two, can I just refer to the list of guests, which was kindly presented by Ms. Konarska. We have two visitors who are important to us, and I would like to give him a special welcome. That's the chairman of the Polish Financial Supervision Authority. That's Professor Jacek Jastrzębski, and the chairman of the stock exchange. And I think he will keep us up to date on what is the reaction from the stock exchange to the results of the presidential election. I still don't know. Perhaps I may have left some people out, especially when it comes to our distinguished panelists, but apologies in advance if I've left out some people, but I hope that as we continue with the conference, you will all realize how important it is for us to have the best possible discussions and debates. Well, that was sort of off the record in a way. And now back to the official form. Dear ministers, dear chairman, dear MPs and senators, distinguished special guests. And first of all, I would like to address all the paying participants. Thank you for being here. Without that, we wouldn't be having the Congress. A very warm welcome to you. It's an honor to have you here. And we hope that we can look forward to really interesting conversations. The times we're in, if we're sort of politics and economy borderline people, it may be interesting times. If you're into economy only, times are not that interesting. But what I'm trying to say is that politics, geostrategy, geopolitics are now taking over the economy, and we're looking for answers. And the question is, what should be the right behavior? What sort of strategies should we build? And how do we maintain or improve our competitiveness? I will shortly say a few more words about this, but now on with the traditional announcements. I'm afraid this will take some time, but there are so many things that we have to go over again as a reminder. So, to prove our point that our Congress never sleeps, this is because We have 66 members of the Congress's Program Council, and in fact, they keep working all year long preparing the program. We have some 150 experts who also work in the programming councils, which help to create the programs, the agendas of the EKF's events. We have more than 500 experts who work pro bono. They support our forecasts, opinions, and positions, which the European Financial Congress takes. So to everyone, to all of you, thank you so much for your engagement, ideas, and your advice. And first of all, thank you for your critique. And also, can I say that last year in Gdansk, we initiated the Global Investors Summit. And this year, it's inviting for the premiere of a book which was made inspired by Minister Wałęsa, Democratic Value. A really interesting topic, something that we will be addressing today, and I would like to invite you because there will be a discussion involving the authors of this publication. For tomorrow, we've also planned the June edition of macroeconomic challenges and forecasts for Poland. On Wednesday, when we have our traditional macroeconomic roundtable, which is very much part of that table, which is in preparation for the upcoming debates of CEOs. So there's going to be a discussion about the most likely consensus in terms of what's in store. What are the projections? And what would be the most desirable actions? This year's the EKF Academy, our beloved child. We invite young, talented people to join the Academy, and we are going to have a new Oxford Sopot debate. The claim is that AI is a bigger threat than opportunity for social stability. During the Congress, there will be premieres of well-known publications like What Would We Change in Poland and Europe. This includes essays written by members of our Academy. This must be the 11th edition running. Plus, we have Green Finance in Poland 2025, The Threat of Excessive Public Debt, edition 2025. This afternoon, we planned to have the premiere of the publication European Banks on the Global Course, the driving force for Europe. This was made together with Bank PKO Polski and thanks to the support of McKinsey Company. Club of Responsible Finance, that's part of this Congress. This club is consistently working to improve the reliability, responsibility of the finance sector. And it's also about spreading finance knowledge among the public. They are developing good practices and recommendations. We also have EKF Research. And you are invited for today's discussion about the optimal model for Poland's energy transition. So we are pushing our elbows a little bit when it comes to the economic topics. This discussion will launch a new project designed to optimize and operationalize the sources of financing Poland's energy strategy. It's been now in a year for the Corporate Governance Academy to be part of our Congress. And today we have a cross-cutting analysis and assessment of standards and investor relations and European banks reporting standards. This will include 5 Polish banks. And on Wednesday, we'll have a debate about corporate governance in times of deglobalization. The Corporate Governance Academy has the honorary patronage of the Minister of State Assets. Thank you very much, Minister. And a reminder, at the end of the Congress, we are going to present our recommendations. And those are proposals, nothing to do with lobbying, because in fact, they are very practical solutions designed to improve the way the economy works and to improve government. Well, I still have a few things to say as part of my announcements. So EKF, the European Financial Congress. This is Sopot now, but as well as that, we have other conferences and meetings. And since last year's EKF, up until May 2025, we've had the Congress of Corporate and Investment Banking, Congress of Retail Banking, Congress of Consumer Finance, IT in Financial Institutions, EKF Insurance, Sales, Innovation and Risk Management and Capital Management in Banks, and Risk and Regulations in the Banking Sector. This was a seminar organized together with the Financial Authority, a Financial Supervision Authority. So that's something we've been doing since 2022. And finally, the Center for Strategic Thinking, which is in fact the technical organizer of this year's Congress. They joined forces with the Poznań International Fair Company. This was launched by the mayors of Sopot and Poznań, and they are now continuing the local trends event. It's designed to initiate discussions about the social and economic environment from the perspective of local authority. Plus, we've had Sopot's Local Authority Finance Program and the Local Authority Congress in Poznań. Right, that was to be my final paragraph, because the Congress is all about the participant, the panelists, and partners. Thanks to your engagement, EKF never sleeps, because you inspire us, you support us, and you keep us corrected on our path. Thank you very much for that. And please, this year's is an anniversary. It's a jubilee EKF, but hopefully this year's, and just as previous years, will be considered our joint effort. So I was about to finish, time's running, but to be honest, I have something to say on a personal note. EKF never sleeps. That's something that's not to say that it's my deep impression that whether it's our sector or Poland and Europe, that we don't, that we're not in a latent state, or perhaps we're in lethargy. I would even go as far as to say this. And it's not about us being idle because Pax Americana that we're seeing now happen. Generations of Polish and European people felt they had the stability and prosperity thanks to what I refer to as Americana, but that's gone. Plus, there are so many other events, and there isn't simply a good response for that. At last year's Congress, I think you all agreed, the Programming Council agreed to use this slogan, or in fact it was a question. We still want to be part of the race? Do we want to race? Last year's discussion was really interesting. But today's discussion, I think, should lead to a different conclusion. It's not a question anymore. It's a must. We have to race. We have to take good advantage of the time we have. Competition is alert. Changes are very big. And to start on a safer topic, for the Eurozone alone, in terms of loans coming from the non-banking sector, that was more than 25% in the total share. And at the recent conference, which was held last week, advocates of cryptocurrency in Las Vegas, and they said that this is now the end days for Europeans' biggest banks. And they said that cryptocurrency transactions will be faster, cheaper, and more transparent. President Vance said that Bitcoin will be part of the country's strategic future. So as well as the things we know from politics, from the tariff war and the conflicts, the economic conflicts and the competition with China. So while this is happening here directly at home in our sector, we are faced with so many events which are in fact a challenge. And it's a glove that's been thrown in our direction, and we have to now pick it up. The cryptocurrency is another example of a way we think. I hope the Chairman Jastrzębski will forgive me when I say this. When the US is looking for new channels to do business and new ways to make money, Europe in this time is looking for financial stability and security. And that's when you could say it's hardly surprising that we are not as good at competing as we used to be. Now, when it comes to Poland, you cannot pretend to see that we have more deposits than loans. We have more bonds than credits and loans in our budget line. And the National Bank of Poland, which was encouraging people to make money at 5.75 up until 2026. And customers have 70% of their deposit and current accounts when it comes to pledges. As of 2020, that's something that's been knocking on Polish doors to the Polish market, but still not well received, just as our MAL bonds. And being a visionary doesn't really sell well in Europe, not a popular thing to do. The European banks in Europe recently showed high profits for the shareholders. And if some of that was invested in developing product factories, as they say, there's been so much talk about this, and that's something that would be so welcome in Poland, very useful. And finally, to finish on a more humanitarian note, when we think about talent and trying to find the top people to work and to be in command, the question should be, is Europe really fighting for talent? Just like what we're saying in the US, 20-year-old students are being sent offers of 2 to 3 year programs to be part of different companies to prepare them for the new lives, and that way they can capture the best, the top people. Over here, I don't see that much enthusiasm for long-term activity like this. I haven't heard of this. But perhaps to finish on an optimistic note, we're not looking for the best, right? So when it comes to managers' salaries, Europe and Poland perhaps is now coming to 10% of the salary level in the US, because we think that over here anyone can be a manager, which means that you are owed the title and the fame, but not the salary, which is a pity, because salary, if it's just right, it's just as important as hiring top talents. And I hope that at this year's Congress we are going to see new talents. Myself and my colleague Pawłowicz, we are now becoming a thing of the past, and we hope that there will be new ones who will take over from us and who will not only want to do it, but will want to fight for this. It's not just going to happen on its own, and we have to make it a success. So please do your best, do something about this, because I say thank you. Thank you very much, Prime Minister, for your speech, for the important information and interesting observations and reflections. Yes, EKF never sleeps. So this year's edition is co-authored by everyone here. So we look forward to your engagement and opinion sharing. This is the reason, the way how we can make next year's Congress even better. Now it's time for the statements to open the 15th European Financial Congress. Can I now invite Andrzej Domański, Minister of Finance.
Good morning,
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, thank you so much for having me here. It's great to be in Sopot, in the city which is a symbol of openness to discussion to the world. And it's a city which has always been able to face up to difficulties. I'm looking now at Madam Mayor, and I hear these demands on financing of local governments. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2 days, we'll be having June the 4th, the anniversary of first democratic elections in Poland, which triggered off not only demographic changes in Poland, but also changes in the economy in Poland, one of the most dynamic in Europe. This place is an ideal place to look back, but also to look into the future. So we may look into the history that shaped us, and into the future, which we want to design together. Poland is developing much faster than we acknowledge it. The economy is on its cover. We heard this question whether Poland shows how to build up welfare after the crisis. And I believe this question goes to us here in this room. When we look at the forecast of the Monetary Fund, this year will be the 5th biggest economy in Europe. When we look at the parity of purchasing power in GDP, we are now at the level of Spain. We are going over Japan. We'll get to 85% of the European average. The beginning of 2025, this is the growth of GDP at a level of 3.5 GDP in growth. One of the best in Europe. We know now what's happening. We see that we'll be having investment projects, 6% dynamics. Consumers have positive approach. Unemployment is at its historically lowest level. For the first time since 2017, we have the indicator of Gini is going down. So with high dynamics of GDP, we are still coherent and we have a good community. But we shouldn't be disillusioned. We will not continue this positive trajectory if we do not adapt to the changing reality. Until now, the economic growth was fueled by low labor costs, by export, and the EU funds. Today, the labor costs in Poland, this is 51% of the EU average, and the number of people in production age is to go down by 20% during the next 20 years. If we want to go forward, if we want to be part of the race, and we do, we want to focus on growth of productivity, which means both innovations and, of course, investments. And with investments, one key question, the source of financing, which is why I was so happy when I heard about this agreement of cooperation between PZU and PKO SA. As this morning, the transaction proposed this morning may potentially release 20 billion zloty Tier 1, the highest quality capital equity, we can use to create the loan campaign of 200 billion zloty. So I think this is even a kind of conservative approach to the numbers. So we are talking about potential growth of credit loans in Poland, 200 billion zloty. It's an amount which will allow to double the present investment loan amount for companies in Poland. We are talking about a loan campaign, but the truth is it's the scale of new program and potentially getting to the market when the resilience and rebuilding program will stop existing in our country. So in our country, we have a huge new we will be having third biggest bank in Poland with infrastructure, with equity, with experience, but it has not granted even one loan yet. Ahead of us, we will be having serious infrastructural investment projects. We receive signals that the concentration limits will stop some transactions, but this transaction will address the challenge as well. So to me, it's very important, and I believe Minister Jaworowski will be talking about it, that the structure of the transaction will be shaped in a way giving value to all the shareholders of both companies.
on the market. The Ministry of Finance will definitely actively support the work on this agreement, with this agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, our ambition today is not only to make up with the West. Our ambition should be to go faster by innovation, by productivity, by efficiency in making added value. Because still, we are a converging economy. It's not about our weakness, quite opposite. It gives us space to develop. But private projects may not only be complementary to our strategy. It has to be the core of it. The capitalization of companies at the stock market is only 25% of our GDP. In other countries, it will be 100%. Also in companies strongly based on the banking loan system, like in Germany, the indicator there is like 50%. We are still, and this is what Prime Minister Bielecki said, we are leader in keeping our money in cash and on deposits. Half of the equity on Polish households is somewhere out there. It does not work for the owners. It does not work for the economy. While WIG has grown by 30% since the beginning of the year, and in dollar, the growth is of 40%. We are leaders among stock companies, and we will work to have in Poland a real equity culture, because we fully agree that we need much more investments, specifically those with high level of risk. We want Poland to be a growth leader in Europe, not only here. We want to set the agenda of the development and to show that it is possible to combine ambitions with responsibility. Our slowly concluding presidency proved that we may set a tone to the discussion, that we can set the priorities and solve issues which seemed very difficult, like changes in changing the money for expenditure for defense, or the burdensome mechanisms of reporting for SMEs. Ladies and gentlemen, the era of naive globalization is over. We will agree, I guess. We see new economic paradigm being born of active policy during geopolitical uncertainty. And we see a new stage of responsible development in the world full of tensions and problems in supply chains. It's not enough to try to be effective. We need to be resilient. We need to operate in crisis and to build our own strategic advantages. There is no place for being defeatism and to be passive. Poland now has this unique opportunity to become one of the driving forces of changes. For a decade, we've been using the openness of global economy, and now we want to do it, to keep doing it. But today we need to make a turn, well-thought turn. We don't go away from open market. We want to protect it against destabilization. However, we need a new approach, selective, realistic approach, and based on a strategic interest, both in trade policy and also in our investment policy. To us, the economic patriotism is not a slogan. This is a word that is being born here in Poland with local companies, local supply chains, investments in local technologies. Simultaneously, and I want to be very clear about it, Poland is still open to cooperation with the best international companies, a country which is open to know-how, to investment and common building up of the world value. I was talking about the strength of our economy and the trust that it has in the world. But now, a couple of words on how this potential may be translated into very specific actions. To us, the development, it's not an objective, it's the condition of survival. That's why together with PFR, we have a new fund, Deep Tech, and also we invest in high-risk projects with very high potential: AI, space technologies, quantum technologies, cybersecurity, advanced materials. We build up infrastructure of the future in Poznań, in Krakow. We are now having AI factories and quantum computers. We open Operate AL, which will open the access to equity for companies with good potential of development. Yet another area, this is cooperation with business. To the government of Prime Minister Tusk, deregulation is not just a slogan, but a very real action which will respond to the needs of Polish companies. For the first time, we develop our law together with business, and we want to change not only regulations, but the entire philosophy of lawmaking. Because deregulation, it should not be chaos, but order based on simplification, predictability, and and good understanding of what's happening. And to have good law will not stop, will support, it will build up competitiveness, and it stimulates of the investment projects. The Ministry of Finance takes it very in a priority. We cooperate with team, we analyze voices from NGOs, from businesses. Now it is being translated into very specific changes. Among 170 demands agreed and given to the government, some 90 are now in the Ministry of Finance. Half of them is now in progress. We simplify procedures, we rationalize sanctions, we eliminate redundant obligations. We cooperate also with KNF on changes on the financial market. We plan reforms which will improve transparency, which will release burden, and we modernize banking law. Our objective is to have more effective, open, and supportive growth of the investment projects. We are also witnessing radical acceleration of investment in energy sector. Poland has now become a huge construction site on energy with the funds from the National Recovery Plan. In 2025, capex in distribution and transmission will be doubled compared to 2023. We have rebuilt our generation capacity. The reform of the energy market will open ways to new energy production blocks of 55 megawatts. And also, we see breakthrough in offshore energy projects, new projects of 2.5 gigawatts. On land, we develop the cheapest technology onshore of 4 gigawatts. The system will be flexible with energy storage. Over 35 gigawatt got connection consent, and 4 had been added in 2023 and 30 in 2024 and 2025, which shows, as I see it, what kind of dynamics we are talking about. One priority here is nuclear energy. It is not only about safety and security, but it's a development impulse and stimuli for education and finance. So we want the local content to be predominant. So we want Polish economies, Polish businesses to participate in the project. Which is why we have now established a center of competence of nuclear energy. We will want to develop human resources of high skills. The center, this is cooperation between universities, technical universities, businesses, and academia. Ladies and gentlemen, at present, we need to remember about security. Poland, as the only NATO country, gives almost 5% of GDP on defense. We are determined to provide security, but also to actively shape Polish and transatlantic architecture of security. We need to use growing capex on security as impulse for modernization of the national industry base. Investment in the technology of the future in the defense sector, they have potential not only to strengthen our security, but also they provide an important driving force of innovation and transformation of the entire economy. Ladies and gentlemen, just before the 4th of July, June, we need to remember that development and freedom, democracy and freedom are not to be taken for granted. This is our obligation. We need to take care of them each day in a patience and in a responsible way. The recent years have proved that as a society, we can have high ambitions and we can reach very ambitious objectives. It is not time to be just happy. It's time to work hard, to look into the future with new energy and use the potential which we already have. Let's not look at others. Let's not wait. Just act. Thank you. The Minister of Finance, Andrzej Domański, at the European Financial Congress. Thank you so much for your intervention. We are listening very carefully to what you have to say. And now we would want to give the floor to Minister of State Assets, Mr. Jakub Jaworowski. Good morning. I want to thank the organizers, Professor Leszek Pawłowicz, Prime Minister Jan Krzysztof Bielecki, for having me here yet again and for giving me this opportunity to share my comments at the opening session of the European Financial Congress. It's a great pleasure to be with you here and a great honor also. I have now my speech written last week. It's as actual as last week, but the circumstances have changed to the worse. We have to expect that we'll be having higher uncertainty, and all of it is in the context of very dangerous geopolitical situation in Poland. It was tough. It will be very tough. But still, we need to work. We need to have some comments. The worst thing we can do today is to be in despair. But the most recent 12 months is also a good beginning to have some comments. Well, it's been a year now since I became the Minister of the Public Assets, and my last year's intervention to you was devoted to my vision of the work in the State Assets Ministry. I believe that now it would be worthwhile to briefly talk about my plans for the future and give you some summary of what has happened. I do not really plan to stop accelerating. But before I cover the ministry work, I want to tell some words about what happened only during the last hours. We keep talking about it, an event which was shortly raised by Minister Domański, and it's of epoch significance for the Polish financial market. It's an event which can push the development of the financial sector and to give a lot of added value for clients, these shareholders, and the economy as such. I mean here PKO and PZU to have one strong bank assurance organization, a new structure which will put bank as the head of this group and will finish an unhealthy situation when an insurer managed two banks which were competing with one another. And I was involved in the discussions, and I support heavily the discussions about this agreement because I believe it's a step in a very good direction. And I want to take this opportunity and thank for the support for this project to Mr. Andrzej Domański and Mr. Jastrzębski, whose authority has been consulted in this transaction since the very beginning. As Minister Domański has said, this new organization will help to give a new mass of loans, which will be possible because of using so-called Danish compromise regulations, and also with having a good governance of the state, because without it, the transaction will not happen. The Danish compromise is a pretty complicated legislation. Most of you, I suppose, know it, but maybe it's important just to describe it. The planned change under some conditions, and upon the consent of the regulator, will mean using different type of equity requirements, which will release up to 20 billion zloty of equity, and potentially within the next 12 months is a gigantic opportunity for both companies, for the market and for Poland. An opportunity to have a new powerful national champion. The champion which will be based on healthy, reasonable economical foundations. It's my commitment that I will be supervising this transaction, and I want to wish success to both managements on finalizing of this very difficult undertaking. But getting to the report from my first year of my work in the ministry, well, a year ago I was talking about providing better opportunity for the financial sector to finance the economy. So today's transaction announced today is well in line in my objective. I was talking about risks of state-owned companies coming from the previous periods. We managed most of the risks. Some of the risks remained. Sometimes it required tough decisions. But I can tell you that all the difficult decisions, if only economically sustainable, they have full support of the ministry. Last year, I was talking most about the need to build up value for the shareholders and to strengthen corporate governance. As to building the value, in the most recent 12 months, the stock value of state-owned companies grew by 50 billion zloty. I'm talking about stock noted companies. So now we have 380 billion zloty. And as when we talk about the corporate governance, then we did a lot. We managed to take out of the market many managers. We also managed to include minority shareholders to the managing bodies, and also we have the code of good practices now, and also a good code of practice for sports sponsoring, and also support for the vocational development of women. And I see many companies which have their own programs in that direction. And most of the biggest companies have developed, presented, and published long-term development strategies. They communicate with the market, they build up their reliability and trustworthiness. Well, these are soft measures. Did they build up the value? Well, the management boards are responsible for all of it, but the active shareholders now have something to say, which is why we have attempted to assess the impact of the corporate governance on the value of state-owned companies. And it turned out that the value of the companies, stock companies, grew quicker than WIG 20 index. So we have a total index for companies that we control directly, and this index, it grew by 22%, WIG 20 total return by 18%, and Euro Stoxx total return by 16%. So the indicator price and profit, we improved it. It grew from 5 to 6. So, well, it's not really very impressive. In Europe, in the US, these values are two-digit-like. But we keep fighting for this, not only to have better value of companies, but also we share the profit when we have them, and the dividend payments, they are planned for the state budget and the funds for 5 billion zloty, but I'm fully convinced that they will exceed this limit. So we have shown that the state may be a reasonable and responsible owner of strategic companies, and also it will execute persistently the state policy. It has not been an easy task, obviously, but we are just returning to universal standard. We want to use simple reserves, which in the private sector are an obvious thing. We may say that we have embarked on a marathon. We keep running with a good pace, and we will be persistent, and wherever possible, we will accelerate. What's going to happen in the future? Well, I will strengthen corporate governance. I will act for increasing value of state-owned companies, and I will not stop monitoring economy objectives of the state. I will propose change of laws on supervision of state-owned companies. I want this law to be clear. I believe that as long as a society, when we have agreed that we should be having companies controlled by the state, and this is what the majority of Poles believe, then the government needs to have an impact, an influence on what's happening there. The politicians are responsible for the companies still, so we need to have impact on their operations. If we are responsible, then we need to have influence. And the essence of the problem is not whether politicians have impact on the companies or not. I have, out of my ministry. And for long years, the next ministers will have this impact, for sure. But it's important on how we will translate this impact on specific measures, on corporate governance. I believe that the system of members of the supervisory bodies have to stop being hypocritical. The minister has not to have an impact. Of course, he has. We need to have a system where supervisory boards should be set up based on transparent requirements, and that we will be having professionals there. This is the essence of good governance in having members to the supervisory boards. We want to have governance boards which will not be just conquered by the new government. They need to be transparent with the provision of having people of independent from the present government. And this is an honest system of supervisory boards, which I will propose really soon. And also the portfolio of companies has to be simplified. At present, the Ministry of State Assets supervises 110 companies, and 20 is responsible for 98% of revenues, and the remaining for 2% only. And in these companies, we have small companies where the state has small little shares. We have also companies which operate in similar sectors. And state is involved in sectors where it would be difficult to identify strategic interests of the state. The portfolio should be smaller because smaller portfolio is more effective supervision. The assets should be grouped in strong organizations with focus on strategic sectors. And I would like to return to research, the results of the research on attitudes to privatization, which I quoted before, because this research is done cyclically. And in 2015, 67% of Poles was against privatization, and only 10% was very positive about it. 10%. The remaining respondents said that they have no opinion on it. In 2023, this unwillingness went down to 54%, and people enthusiastic about privatization were at the level of 23%. Prime Minister Sasin was not really loved by liberals and those for privatization, but he changed this perception in a positive way to us. But the Germans, who in perception of many people, many politicians, they are around us, as some politicians see, they are doing it, although they have not even a single private company in defense sector, for example. All companies in this sector are private, and the value of metal from ever since the invasion of Russia to Ukraine grew by 19%. This is what the value building is about. So what the state wants to control, maybe don't need to control it in 100%.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, lots of things happening, many developments, not just in the world or in politics, but as you can see, lots of things happening in state-owned companies in that sector. Here's a commitment I want to make. I am going to work hard to ensure that the next year, both for Poland and for state-owned company, that this next year is going to be even better than the previous year. To everyone here, thank you for listening. I hope you're going to enjoy your time in the sunny Sopot. Yes, that was the Minister of State Assets, Jakub Jaworowski, and his speech at the European Financial Congress 2025. Thank you, Minister, for your important declarations for the upcoming months. And now it's my pleasure to invite the chairman of the Polish Financial Supervision Authority, Mr. Jacek Jastrzębski. Over to you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First up, thank you to the Prime Minister Jan Krzysztof Bielecki, who's the chairman of EKS Programming Council, and to Mr. Professor Pawłowicz, who's the coordinator. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share some of my thoughts as the representative of the Financial Supervision Authority. A few days ago, in my conversation with Mr. Pawłowicz, I said, I have to prepare my opening speech. And he said, make sure it's short, and it's best if it only has 3 points. So I followed that advice. It has 3 points, not sure about the length. So 3 points. The first point is uncertainty because of geopolitical factors. You've heard it in the previous speeches too. Number 2, the impacts on the financial market and the role of supervision authority. And number 3, the transaction that was announced today with PZU and PKO coming together. And I think it fits in very well with the developments. And so I'm going to spend a few words discussing this. But first, uncertainty. I've said this before, and I wouldn't be revisiting this if it hadn't been for the fact that uncertainty is growing. I have some data, the World Uncertainty Index, which went up 4 times this year, exceeding even the early levels of COVID. But according to the European Central Bank, the uncertainty of the global trade policy is 8 times higher than in 2021. And clearly, the main reason behind this is the new geopolitical strategy of the US and how it's being implemented. What we're experiencing is not temporary. It's not going to go away fast. It's a deep, profound change in how states see their mutual impacts, both in finance and politically. The financial channel may very well become an element of delivering on political interests. I don't know how to say this in Polish properly, but what's called weaponization, and it doesn't have a good equivalent in Polish, but it's what you use as tools in the finance world. This may very well become part and parcel of our reality. In other words, the finance market will be an arena of rivalry, of hostile states. This may very well become a tool of such rivalry, and we have to be prepared for this. So now, given this uncertainty because of the global situation, how is this affecting our supervision policy? I am spending a lot of time discussing the changes simply because this is really important for the Polish economy and our financial market. One thing I can say for sure is that our financial system is very well prepared to face global challenges. We have stability, we have good capital, the finance market has strong potential. The world appreciates that. For example, the engagement of strategic partners is high in our banking sector. The most recent transaction, which includes Poland's third largest bank, is proof of that. And organically, we can create innovative solutions. Can I just mention the BLIK system? BLIK, it is celebrating its 10th anniversary and it's become an icon of Poland's innovative financial solutions. There are more companies. Some of them took their first steps in Poland, but they are now European players. So that's growing as well. As you've heard from Minister Domański, it's true to say that Poland has not been so close to Western European countries when it comes to how wealthy Polish societies are. The GDP based on purchasing parity went up by 3.5 since 2020. So compared to CE countries, we are way above this because for other countries it's a double increase. We know that our GDP is now exceeding 80% of the EU average. Many reasons behind this. However, the two main ones include a successful political and economic transformation and Poland's membership in the EU. Being part of the single market helped increase Poland's exports twice when it comes to its share in our GDP. Polish companies are now part of the supply chains globally, and we benefit from the open economy. This success should be shared by the entire society. It's the result of hard work of all of the society. After 1990, productivity of work exceeded the productivity of salaries. So it's the hard work of Polish people that helped achieve this. This makes us a strong country with a modern and strong financial system. Now here's a challenge I want to discuss. I believe, the time is now coming for the strength of our economy to translate more and more into European policies, including financial policies. In other words, we want to have a bigger share as the decision maker, the trendsetter for European policies. We don't just want to be on the receiving end. We want to be active in shaping European policies. Europe is now facing the security crisis. There's geopolitical fragmentation and historic alliances are being redesigned. We know from Jean Monnet that Europe is being built through crisis. So here's a new crisis, and the European has to find a way to respond to this, and I'm sure it will. But what matters is for that response to come from Poland to a large extent. I think we're well positioned for this. For example, as you've heard from Mr. Domański, we are spending record amounts on our defense capability, reaching 5% of GDP. And also our position on the map predisposes us as having a strong voice in shaping EU policies. Like Rearm Europe is something that we welcome, also to set up European Defense Bank. Poland has experience. BGK is supporting the Armies Fund. So why not a Polish institution could become a lead institution in Europe on that? Can I just ensure you that the government and the market have our full support? And we're happy to support this work and help. We have justified ambitions, and can we achieve them? This will depend on the strength of our economy and the strength of our financial market. I fully understand, and I share the arguments. And I'm not saying that the open market has advantages, because it does, but I think that the government should increase its involvement in the market. We've heard it from Prime Minister Tusk, from Minister Domański, Prime Minister Bielecki, and Minister Jaworowski said that today as well. And I fully agree with this, especially now because of the global situation. The national interests and the role of the state are topics that that are becoming more and more vocal, which is good. And my institution, Financial Supervision Authority, is happy to partner with the government on this. The experts of the International Monetary Fund talked about Poland and its challenges, and they said that after 2 decades of impressive convergence of revenue, Poland now has to align itself to the new economic and geopolitical conditions. This is what I believe. The policies should aim to increase what's called the technical armament of labor, help with resource allocation, and to decarbonize the resources and the economy. So how do we follow through on those recommendations, and how do we respond to the proposals from the IMF? In February, the Prime Minister and Finance Minister, who are the decision makers, said that they have a simple answer. Number 1, investment. Number 2, investment. Number 3, investment. They couldn't have come up with a better answer. And why am I saying this, representing the Supervision Authority? We cannot increase our investments unless we have a more effective finance market. The size of our finance market in 2023 is 120% of the GDP, nothing that meets the ambitions or the challenges we're facing. That's not good enough. But there are a number of activities being delivered by the government, and the government can look forward to a solid and a strong partner with my supervision authority. It's not just about security, but it's also about helping the finance market to grow. For many months now, we've had very intensive, open and productive dialogue on this, especially with Professor Dariusz Adamski, who is heading the Finance Institute. He has the support of the Finance Minister and is running a number of important initiatives such as Innovate PL. Over the next 3 days here in Sopot, we will be discussing how the finance sector and the banking sector in particular can help to deliver on these vital needs of the Polish economy. I think that this will be an important question, more than just discussing the banking sector and its problems. This is a special and exceptional moment when it comes to what we can do as Financial Supervision Authority. We understand our pivotal role. We care for Poland to have strong pan-European players so that with time they can become global players. We have to steer clear, definitely, of one thing, which is the risk of us being pushed to the peripheries. And that peripheralization risk of our financial market may be a consequence of a regulatory or supervisory policy which will not be keeping up with the needs. And of course, you have to offer a wise policy as the Financial Supervision Authority. I've discussed the role of this authority a lot in the context of derelegation and having an optimal path between development and security. Not going to go back to this now, but one thing I want to say is a wise and well-delivered financial supervision is an advantage, not a disadvantage. And that's the path we will stay on in the future. Point 3, which is the transaction announced today regarding the setting up the capital group involving PZU and PKO. Mr. Domański and Jaworowski, the ministers, spoke about the great advantages and the benefits to the Polish finance market and all of the economy, and especially it's the impressive capacity to finance the investments. We understand the need for investments in Poland, and having the investment capacity is so important. What's also important is to have transparent corporate governance and the equity and capital market that follows the rules of corporate governance. My institution is happy to support and continue to support these objectives set by the ministers. And I'm delighted that we are involved actively in the consultation. And in the spirit of what I've said before, I believe it's our joint commitment. And yes, we should respect the roles and responsibilities of the individual institutions, but it's our role to work hand in hand to support the finance market. And we make a commitment towards that. And we do understand that our job is to ensure compliance, regulatory compliance, and undisturbed work towards delivering the objectives to ensure that everyone's interests are respected when it comes to shareholders. But I believe that staying active in such projects, we can better understand the projects, the conditions, and we want to support the leaders so that any of the objectives and assumptions can be delivered safely without any turbulence. And again, I'm really happy. And to me, if I'm honest, this has a symbolic dimension to it because we are seen as a key and reliable partner to other partners. And the reason why I say that it's symbolic is because ever since I took over as the chairman, this is the role, the way I define it, for supervision. It's about sharing competence, knowledge, and capacity. And the special role that we have should be used to work towards the security and stability of the market. It's like the Hippocrates Oath, and we have to stick by it. But we also have to be responsible in creating value for the customers, clients, and everyone, all the stakeholders. It's not just about words. It's real actions. What we've done over the recent years and months has now been crowned because we have the trust of our partners, and we are also involved in the reorganization project for PZU and PKO. So it's acta non verba. That's the right way to phrase it. And I want to say thank you to my colleagues from my institution. Over the last 6 years, they've been supporting me in building a financial supervision authority which is strong, not just by its remit, but because of its knowledge, competence, the courage, and the skill to share that with the finance market. Not an easy job, but it's to be done. A lot of work ahead of us, but I need to say thank you to you now. IKF is a special event, and so the financial capital of Poland has now moved to Sopot for 3 days, and we're here to discuss the challenges ahead for the finance market. I've said it before, and I believe that being here and being ready to have that conversation with you is part of what we should do. So we will be joining forces to find ways to stay modern, to be modern, and to have a very ambitious market. I am not an ivory tower. I'm there out in the field, being practical and pragmatic, just like EKF, and EKF never goes to sleep. So let's enjoy the time we have together over the next 3 days and make the best possible use of it. Thank you. The chairman of the Polish Financial Supervision Authority, Jacek Jastrzębski, at the 15th European Financial Congress in Sopot, which is Poland's financial capital, and he was very brief, sticking to his 3 points. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So these were the opening speeches to start the 15th EKF program in Sopot. Now moving swiftly to the next point of our program. Can I just remind you quickly, there is this app that I encourage you to download, and you can also follow this plenary session in the foyer and in the Marco Polo room. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the first session of this year's session. The title is Geopolitical Conditions for Further Development of the EU and Poland. And we will try to answer the question, how is the global political architecture changing following Russia's aggression and after U.S. elections? What's the outlook for U.S.-China rivalry and the impact on Europe? Will EU integration speed up or slow down? What will be the consequences of EU enlargement? And finally, will the EU be able to defend liberal democracy from the threats of populist and authoritarian movements? Really poignant questions. And the first person to tackle these questions will be a former Prime Minister of Finland and Finance Minister and Deputy Chairman of the European Commission, Jyrki Katainen, who's Head of Group Public Affairs, and the title is Geopolitics and EU Economy. Mr. Katainen.
Honorable Ministers, dear participants, I first want to thank the organizers for letting me this opportunity to address to you again in this forum. after a couple of years' time. I've been here several times during my times in the EU Commission. It's nice to be in Poland. It's always nice to be in Sopot and this region. Especially it's nice to be in Poland, in a country which is economically strong, which is militarily strong, and which is one of the key decision maker in the EU today. Prime Minister Donald Tusk has taken the country to the middle of the EU decision making, and especially during the times when the big two, France and Germany, has struggled and not being capable to lead the Europe as they normally does. Luckily, we have had Poland, who has been there as a sober-minded and strong European leading country. So, ladies and gentlemen, as a European citizen, as the EU citizen from North, I'm very glad and I want to thank Poland for taking this position. Pragmatic, sober-minded and forward-looking, strong influencer. Like we all know, the globalization as we knew it is over. And to me, it's a crisis. But when I was a Minister of Finance, we had a saying amongst the ministries and amongst the colleagues that never miss a good crisis. So I tried to assess the global development first, and then I will list what should happen in the EU in order to address these challenges. The traditional globalization had three pillars of power concentrations. The first, Global West, which was about 50 countries, EU 27 plus the United States and many others. Our role was to defend rules-based open trade, liberal democratic values like rule of law, international law and human rights, etc. Then there was a Global East, approximately 25 countries led by China, Iran, Russia, who challenged the rules-based system as a Western creature, but they recognized the benefits which they could reap out of this system. Then we had a Global South, approximately 125 countries led by India, Brazil, Saudi Arabia, Nigeria, South Africa, whose voice unfortunately was not heard at that time. The former globalization was based on a common set of rules and especially trust. Values were different, but stability as a value was commonly shared. It opened the world economy and enabled optimization of capital and labor allocation. It created benefits for many, as global division of labor created well-being widely. So globalization was possible because we had a lot of common interests. And in this world, economy determined what is possible in politics. Now common interests have been replaced by battle of values, power and selfish interests. Tools in this power struggle are military power and action, state interference in economy and technology and economic competitiveness. And now politics determines what is possible in the economy. And this is a big shift and not necessarily to positive direction. Values matter in this power game, as human rights, rule of law and environmental sustainability don't set limits in this battle for some. Key players who challenge the world order currently are the United States, China and Russia. I don't want to bundle them all just like this, but nevertheless the current or the previous globalization is challenged by these three countries. Key players who want to maintain the world order, Europe, Canada, Japan, many other countries. And key players who want to get a bigger role in shaping the new world order is Global South, which I found just fair. So tectonic plates are shifting. There is no way to keep heads down and wait. We all must select a side. Basically, there are 4 camps in this game: West -1, traditional West, the United States, authoritarians, and Global South. This battle has some consequences, or many consequences. We must become militarily strong in order to be part of the game. Tariffs will hinder creation of well-being. It's quite well understood almost everywhere. And uncertainty does the same. In other words, politics and values influence economy and business much more than what we have got used to. The new world order is in cooking. We don't know exactly how it will look like after a few years, but still we know that there are challenges ahead of us. The biggest challenges for Europe is that West is broken, Western dominance is challenged, and Western values are challenged and replaced by transactions, as well as rules-based world order is replaced by rule of force. Ladies and gentlemen, politics in economy creates uncertainty. For how long, nobody knows. But we still must fight for the system which we believe in. Business is usually in the middle of politics, and especially now. Quite often we are a victim of politics, but still we are not entirely powerless. How much we are willing to defend our value basis, open trade and liberal democratic values, it's up to us. How much we are capable to put market pressure and market discipline to the governments who are deviating from this path. The new order is unclear, but we know the challenges. One of the biggest changes is that transatlantic relationship has changed. I believe the relationship can and will become better, even close, even to some extent trustworthy. But traditional West can never trust the United States the same way as we did before. Old transatlantic relationship was like a marriage where it was safe to argue because you knew that the other cares about you regardless of disagreement on certain issues. The current administration is challenging, at least to some extent, virtues of liberal democracy and rule of law. It doesn't like multilateralism, international institutions, competing market economy, and free trade. Now we see how much values matters also in the economy. Fundamental change has happened. We have never witnessed the same as we do today, where some European companies have started to seriously consider whether they can still trust on American companies as a service and product provider. This is hard to believe that this can be true, but unfortunately it's part of today's business discussions. The second feature, which is key part of preparing for the future, is that Europe must become more independent and strong. We should work for stronger transatlantic relationship, but it takes two to tango. We can't be happy if the United States wants to return to West camp. But we shouldn't be naive and dupe. Instead, we in remaining West must become stronger and more competitive. EU must develop its strategic autonomy while stand against protectionism. I have listed 6 points where EU should become stronger and better, and which are supposed to be our next priorities. First, EU must become military superpower during the next 10 years. EU should become a genuine European pillar of NATO. This is directly linked in economic strength. One cannot be a military power without strong public financing. Or you can if you don't care about human lives and you run authoritarian country where civic liberties, including freedom of speech, are not allowed. This target is a massive growth potential for European defense companies, but also for dual-use technology providers. Second, Europe must increase its competitiveness in technologies. Defense investments in all around the EU may and it should become a new driver for dual-use technology development. Military investments have played a crucial role in American technology development and market. In the EU, we have never tried this lever to a large extent. Now is the time, and I do believe that this can become a game changer. Third, EU needs stronger financial and capital market. In order to be capable to finance significant investment needs to clean transition, digital and defense sectors, we need wider financial shoulders. For these purposes, we have too many small banks and too little larger financial institutions. EU needs banking sector consolidation and especially cross-border consolidations. This must, of course, happen in market terms, but the legislators can make this healthy evolvement easier by adjusting some regulations such as macroprudential supervision and thus create certainty to the market in case of consolidation. If I should mention one single thing which hinders economic development and innovation in the EU, it would be an underdeveloped capital market. EU is not lacking of capital as such, but we have, and we have plenty of it, but it doesn't channel to equity market as much as it does in the United States. There are two positive things in this challenge. The first, we already have all the money needed, but it's in the bank accounts today. Second, 26 member states could copy very easily and very quickly and easily, very easy and understandable capital market model from Sweden. EU can do little in this front, but member states can do a lot. This Swedish capital market model is, as I said, very easy and easy to copy. Its features are very simple, and these reforms are doable in all the rest of the EU member states. Investments and savings accounts where retail investors can sell and buy shares and investment fund shares is core of this model. Investor, I mean retail investor, normal citizen, can do everything online and never report anything to tax authorities because companies do it on behalf of the individuals. Returns comes directly and taxed to the investment account, which are in many cases provided by person's home bank. Here you can also get investment advices if needed. Simplicity is the key. This far, the model has not cost anything to the government. If you want to boost equity investments, the governments could do tax incentives for the retail investors. It can be calibrated easily according to fiscal space. Tax incentive does not help, though, if the system is not simple and easy to use for the end user. Investment and savings account model is in use in all Nordic countries, but in Sweden its design is the best, and therefore 75% of the citizens have invested voluntarily to shares or fund shares. This has created well-functioning and liquid capital market, boosting growth and healthy public economy. The fourth, EU must become a superpower of affordable and clean energy. And here Finance Minister actually mentioned that Poland has positive plans, and Poland is doing a lot in this front. Affordable and clean energy is a crucial, essential, is a crucial factor of production. And here, as we all know, EU is lagging behind the United States, especially when it comes to the price of the energy. In Nordic countries, this is already solved by market terms, but more is needed as our societies are electrifying very rapidly. My fifth point is Invest Ukraine guarantee scheme. And this message is supposed to go to the government. So you are about to start negotiating the next multi-annual financial framework in the EU. And I do hope that there will be a new Invest Ukraine guarantee scheme. Its basic idea is very simple and the same as what we have Invest EU guarantee scheme. So public sector guarantees or provide guarantees for private investors and thus lower the risks of the investor. We have to maximize the flow of capital to Ukraine, and we have to level the playing field so that we can avoid a new state aid competition between the member states. So EU is needed here in order to help Ukraine and in order to level the playing field between the member states. And final point, trade policy. EU is the only large economic area where rule of law, liberal democracy, market economy and rules-based trade are crucial and undisputed. We have already negotiated Mercosur trade agreement, and now I hope that the member states would approve it. I know that this is an issue in Poland, but I still want to encourage you to look at this opportunity, especially at the time when the United States is erecting new trade barriers. We're supposed to be the one who is moving the other direction. We are negotiating with India and Indonesia, and hopefully the target of finalizing trade agreement with India can be achieved by the end of the year. So as a trading bloc, we have to make sure that our companies are better placed in global market than what they are today. And that's why I do encourage member states to adopt these negotiated agreements. Ladies and gentlemen, Presidents Putin, Xi or Trump cannot offer to us anything better than European way of life, based on our values. Therefore, we have to take stronger ownership on the EU and stop sitting passively on the fence and complaining. And this message goes to my own bank, Nordea Bank, plus all the other industry representatives. We cannot just complain how bad the EU. We have to take the ownership and change it or make it more competitive and develop it, because we should be active corporate citizens of this value union. So we need to take a stronger ownership on the future of the EU. It's fascinating, at least for me, to fight against authoritarianism and state capitalists. I still believe that market economy wins state capitalism, liberal democracy wins authoritarianism, and rule of law and common sense win greed of power and narcissism. Thank you.
Mr. Katainen, thank you very much for your inspiring speech at the European Financial Congress. Thank you for presenting us those 6 important points for the EU. Ladies and gentlemen, now I'll have a pleasure to invite to the stage the next keynote speaker, Mr. Tunde Olanrewaju, Senior Partner and Managing Partner at McKinsey Company. And the title of the presentation is The New Geoeconomic Era, Europe's Call to Action. The floor is yours.
Okay, so good morning, everyone, and it's really a pleasure to be here. Before I get started, I thought I'd take a moment to introduce myself and just give you a sense of where my comments are coming from. So as I was introduced, I'm the managing partner for McKinsey across Europe. I look after our practice across 23 countries. And it's really a pleasure to be here in Poland to share some remarks about what we're seeing across the continent and where we're seeing your performance going. In terms of my background, I actually am part of the UK's Industrial Strategy Council, so I spend quite a lot of time thinking about national competitiveness. And one of the things that really struck me about Poland is just how much you are doing well on this front. You would have seen recently the Economist cover, and so to sort of lift the mood a bit, I thought we might just take a minute to celebrate the progress that you've made. The numbers really speak for themselves. 4% annual GDP growth over the last 2 decades, purchasing power parity that is now equivalent to Japan's, and an unemployment rate that is actually almost half the United States. This is an outstanding result. And actually, I'm not going to try the Polish, but maybe you can say it. I'd like to congratulate yourselves, please. Thank you very much. Now, the real contrast to this is when you look at those same statistics and you compare it to the European Union. And the picture is clearly not the same. If you look at GDP growth, it's about half. If you look at unemployment rate, it's almost double. If you look at the capital formation and government debt, it's also at a very poor level. And most importantly, when you look at defense spending, especially because you actually have a war on your doorstep, you are actually hitting the levels that the US has been asking most countries in Europe to hit for a while. Let me just make that point really even more clearly. You have a standing army of something like 300,000 troops. If I contrast that with the UK, where I live, which is about twice the size of the population, we have about half the army. So you're half as big, twice the army. So this is quite a significant difference. And I think many of the speakers said it earlier, but you do really have a platform from which to speak and to influence Europe, because you've actually delivered many of the same performance and metrics that Europe is seeking. And this performance is something you should be really proud of. So why? What's been going on? What's behind this picture? There's been quite a few structural challenges that have been evident for a very long time across Europe, whether it's productivity, whether it's energy prices, whether it's investment and innovation. These have been going on for a very long time. And the reality is they've not been confronted. One of my favorite quotes is that if you jump out of a 100-story building, for 99 floors, you can think you're flying, but you are not flying. These issues will be very confronting over the next decade if they're not addressed, particularly because they're being accelerated. The 3 forces that you see on the right are very, very evident. When it comes to trade and geopolitics, this has dramatically shaped the landscape, and I'll talk about that in a second. When it comes to technology and AI, really there are no European champions right now. And most importantly, when you think about the demographic shift, this is very easy to predict. We know the birth rate and we know the longevity. In Poland, we're at the birth rate of 1.18 live births per woman, and the longevity is now at 81 years. If you put that together, you're going to have a very dramatically different workforce. These 3 things are compounding the challenges that we already see on the left, and they must be addressed. There's just no way that you get around this. So let's just talk about trade for a second. Let me bring it to life. The EU has pretty much the most significant trade dependency of most major regions. And these can often sound abstract because it's just numbers. But some of the headlines on the right, and this is all public, so you can go and look on the FT, just bring to life. So let me pick the first one, Porsche and Volvo. Volvo had to cancel their forward guidance for the next 2 years. They cannot tell analysts how much they expect to make for the next 2 years because of the uncertainty that's going on. Let's talk about the UK bioethanol factories. Because of the trade deal that the UK struck on the 8th of May, where they wanted to reduce the tariffs on imported cars, they had to give up the tariffs that they had imposed on ethanol imports. So now the US companies can export up to 1.4 billion liters of ethanol to the UK without any tariffs. That is actually equal to the UK's entire annual demand for ethanol. That has destroyed the market for the local producers, but this is just the real world that we live in. Now, you are bankers, many of you finance companies like this. Imagine having to now deal with companies where you can't predict their earnings and their business model has been structurally altered. This is the reality of these trade figures and what we need to contend with. This is also not going away. But in every change, there is opportunity. There's lots of opportunity. And when we step back, and please, these numbers are all, forecasts, estimates, etc. Please don't take them as read. But when we step back and looked at different value chains across the world and what might happen as a result of this turmoil, what you see is something like 26, 27% of global trade flows are actually up for grabs. They might not move, but this is the potential for it to move. And there are really two broad factors that drive whether it's going to change. The first one is obvious, economic factors. If tariffs continue to change and labor factor prices change, then supply chains will move. But the other one has risen in importance, which is the non-economic factors, the strategic factors, sovereignty, security, independence. This already started in COVID, but has now really accelerated. Countries now care a lot where their supply chains are going and coming from. And these two things will drive how supply chains shift. One of the most obvious ones is semiconductors, where, as you have seen, there's already been a significant reshoring of some of the semiconductor manufacturing into the US. And this will create, frankly, an arms race in a world where AI and chips start to drive competitive advantage. But in general, I would say the guidance to you, financial minds in the audience, is as you think about which supply chains move, the reality is that supply chains are difficult to move. The more capital investment, the more knowledge, know-how, it's very difficult to move. Tim Cook was recently quoted describing how Apple simply can't move their manufacturing as much as they would like from China because there's so many process engineers and technology. It's really not got nothing to do with labor cost, it's expertise. Nevertheless, they've moved a lot of their production to India. So as this shifts, there's a significant opportunity for countries, for organizations, for investors to follow this shift and take advantage of it. Now, stepping back from all of this, we like to look backwards sometimes because history doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes. And when you look back at the early 2000s, we had a similar confluence of challenges. We had the dot-com bust, where for a long time people had ignored the fundamentals that companies actually have to make money and believed in a new type of economy, but that reality did not bear fruit, right? As they say, the good thing about science is that it's true whether or not you believe in it. And that's the same thing about profits. So the dot-com bust made people confront reality around the economics. The second thing was China actually joined the World Trade Organization in around the same time. And then trade grew by 30% pretty much every year since. And there was a war, and there was also a financial crisis. So all of these factors actually would have looked very bleak. If you were one of the people dealing with it at that time, you could be negative. However, the reality is things actually went very, very well, right? The world changed in very positive ways. That was actually when Poland joined the EU, and that led to unprecedented prosperity that we can see in this room. That was at the same time where most of the technology giants that you use today were founded. Most of them were founded between 2000 and 2005. And then similarly, most customer behavior changed. Everybody's shopping online, everyone has a mobile phone, etc. So I say this to you because in the midst of all this turmoil and all the negativity, the world will continue, and it will belong to the people who are bold and face into the tailwinds. So what are those tailwinds? What should you be paying attention to? Lots and lots of reports have been written. We've written reports. Mario Draghi has written a report. And when I try and synthesize it, they really say two big things. There are two big imperatives that you must pursue if you want to navigate this period. The first one is you must deliver on the fundamentals. People need cheap energy. People need productivity. You must be able to defend yourself. You need capital. At the same time, if you focus so much on the fundamentals that you don't face into the future, you will miss out on the structural opportunities. So you must also embrace the future. Technology and AI is here to stay. This is not changing. People are not going to go back to Googling when they can ask ChatGPT. Similarly, you will need sovereign digital infrastructure. This is a competitive capability that is, you can't be beholden to others and they cannot control your access to it. And then we've talked a lot about it, but the whole notion of reskilling and talent redeployment is going to significantly rise in importance. And if it's not properly addressed, there will be civil unrest. You can't have a context where more and more people are out of work, more and more people don't have competitive wages, and you don't have an answer to that. Industries can't just simply disappear and people have no employment. So putting that together, I want to leave you on a positive note, which is that economic success is possible. These are the metrics that Poland had 10 years ago and what they look like today. Broadband internet access 4 times, sustainable energy 3 times, e-commerce market 4 times. All of these things happened. These are facts. These are realities. So it is very, very possible that we can be sitting here in 10 years' time and see a very different EU. We will only be able to achieve it if we have the courage to have a bold vision and the commitment to follow through. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Dziękujemy bardzo. And
Thank you so much.
I dziękujemy za obecność tutaj w Sopocie. Rzeczywiście czasy to ciekawe.
Well, the truth is that we live in interesting times, but also demanding times, a lot of challenges. And the European Union, Poland has faced up to the challenges. We have these great speakers, keynote speakers, and it's time, which you need, I guess, to relax a little bit, to talk over coffee of what we have heard during the keynote speeches and opening speeches, which is now, it's my pleasure to invite you to coffee, and please be back here at 12:45, so in line with the agenda. And then we'll learn who has received EKF award. And at 1 o'clock, we'll be having a discussion on whether business cares about democracy. It's a continuation of the previous year discussion. So the discussion which took place during the Global Investment Summit 2024. So I guess we'll be having a very interesting afternoon here at the Congress. So enjoy coffee, enjoy discussions. Please be back at 1:15. Please be back. Thank you so much.
Trwa 15. Europejski Kongres Finansowy w Sopocie. Witam Państwa.
Welcome back. And I'm really happy that to start the session, I can invite you to what's going to be a very nice ceremony, because we are going to do the Visionary Awards. In 2023, that was the first time to award this, and was awarded to Charles Goodhart, an economic visionary who's the creator of Goodwords Hall. And he was recognized for his influence on the monetary policy and central banking policy, and his visionary thinking about the world's financial future. Who will the award go to this year? We're about to find out. Can I now invite Jan Krzysztof Bielecki, who's the chairman of the Program Council European Financial Congress. Over to you. Thank you. Mrs. Konarska was very helpful with my work, because she reminded me Professor Goodhart and who he was as a person. I often read his fundamental book, where he writes about how the world came to a point of inflection. So the more I read about this, the more I admire the scientist, a scholar, who was always proud to say that he's a practitioner, that this is empirical. It's not based on feelings. It's something that he can demonstrate based on maths that he's done. So another empirical, or person who's more into empirical proof, is this year's laureate. It's a nice-sounding title, visionary. Maybe this is why the prize is small, because if you're a visionary, you have to understand that small can grow to be really big. But why do we refer to that person as a visionary? I'm sure some 35 years ago, because that was back in 1990, during the election campaign, the presidential election campaign. Back then, the visionary anticipated that on June the 2nd, 2025, he will come to this, well, there will be someone from McKinsey in this room, and as we remember, he's the head of McKinsey Europe. So he knew that well in advance, and that he would be here, and he will talk us through his slides. And that particular slide that I'm referring to, I was wondering if we can have it on the screen. Perhaps you can find it in your resources. In that presentation, he has a bit of a complex name, but his name is Tunde. Do you have that slide? It would be great to take another look at the slide. Because what it does, it shows Poland's achievements. And there is a comparison. Can we see that? No, that's not the one. So it's the one with the comparison with PPP of Japan, the purchasing power parity compared between Poland and Japan. I'm sure you'll find it. That's the one. Right. As you can see, this is dated 2025. What I mean is that our visionary, I don't know how, maybe there was a leak from McKinsey, and that's how he came into knowing this. But in 1990, he said Poland is going to be the second Japan, right? And when he said that, people thought, he must be some kind of guy. And now that there's these guys from McKinsey, apparently they are top of the world for strategic advice, and they are here saying we're close. It's almost like it's going to happen this year. And I would say it's a special feature. If you're a good visionary, you will deliver on your promises. And that was said 35 years ago. I suppose it was in autumn, but it's now summer, but that's been delivered. Number two, if you're a visionary, you have to be revolutionary. And this year's laureate was always saying proudly that he's a revolutionary. And I had the pleasure of traveling with this gentleman. We traveled across 2 different countries, and recently the 2 of us went to Saudi Arabia. And I have to say that was quite an ambitious task. For 2 hours, it was myself and the visionary speaking. He was trying to explain to the king of Saudi Arabia that freedom and democracy that's just great stuff, and it's the values that really matter. And his lecture about values took at least some 10 minutes, and eventually they came to some agreements saying that even if we come from different religious backgrounds, but we do respect this. And we know that if there is no religion or belief, there is no life. That would be feature number 2 of our laureate, who's clearly a revolutionary. The third thing, if you ask ChatGPT, and apparently if you ask about that person, Chat will know that person. And if asked, can this person consider themselves a revolutionary, and ChatGPT comes back with several answers to prove this point, but there's one which I think speaks loudest to everyone in the world, and I've seen this happen, which is that it happened without violence. Not only, and again, McKinsey showed some good numbers, a big change, and the society becoming more and more affluent, but it was a smooth and friendly transition. And even perhaps the chance for a re-election was gone, because that particular guy knew that being hit, it might be a good idea, because politics is brutal. So ChatGPT is clear about this and has no questions about that person. And finally, let me say, and that person, clearly a revolutionary and great at thinking ahead. But I think that at the end of the day, he's just a good person. He may seem sometimes harsh or impatient, but what's behind is a warm, kind personality, someone who's happy the other person. Like, he helped me in 1991 because there was a group of attackers headed by Macierewicz, and they wanted to reinstate the reforms or the things that I had changed, and all they needed was the president's permission. So here's my guarantee to you. They are a kind, warm person, and as it happens, they are part of history, not of all Poland, but all of the world. I give you Lech Wałęsa.
rewolucjonista, wizjoner,
A revolutionary, a visionary, the 15th European Financial Congress, Lech Wałęsa, and a standing ovation. Mr. President, a few words, please. As a revolutionary, I have to say something revolutionary, don't I? But let me start by rectifying some of those claims. Yes, I'd like to see the second Japan built here. I said that on 16th of August, 1980. And the situation was such that I was simply ambushed by journalists. I think this must have been a congress of journalists from all over the world, and they came over to the shipyard. They surrounded me and they said this: "What are you guys doing? There's strikes in Poland. There's a complete standstill in Poland. Why?" And I said to them, "We want to build the second Japan." But what did I really mean? I was sure that communism had run its course, and that here in the shipyard, well, look at the shipyard, see what's happening here. This is the beginning of the end of communism. And I couldn't say like France or Germany, because back then those were not the right kind of words. So instead, I said Japan. I used Japan as an example, as my message for the world to get ready to follow the developments, because another thing was coming to an end, which is the way the world was organized after World War II. That was also coming to an end, because it stopped the world from growing, from developing. So these were the two things that demanded change. And I had a sense of this, or let me put it differently. When I was 10, in my home, I used to live in a village. We didn't have the radio or electricity, but people would come together and talk, and they discuss politics. They complained about communism and the whole system. And as a 10-year-old boy, I was thinking, I'd like to be a general and get away from the Soviets and abolish the whole system. And clearly, I forgot about this. But then, when fate had me face the new developments, and I become the head of the Gdańsk strikes, I thought, yeah, how about going this way? And then in 1980, when Borusewicz appointed me as the head of that famous strike, again, I thought, this time, perhaps, this must be the chance. And then when I became the head of the trade union, Solidarity, I believed that it was possible. But then we were really close to abolishing communism, but there was also the other job to be done, which is to separate ourselves from the Soviets. And I thought, being a trade union leader, I don't think I can do it. So I really don't want to, but I'm going to have to become president of Poland to get the other job done. So that worked. So back to being a visionary. As a practitioner, I've watched the world grow. From the times of Eve and Adam, the world was divided. But when the population was growing and technology was more prevalent, the world had to change the way it was organized. And that kept on going until the 21st century. Almost all of the countries and states on the world map were growing in capacity. Russia, for example, includes more than 60 nations that they forcefully incorporated. And that was the concept that went on until the end of the 20th century. And then at the end of the 20th century, a new concept was formed. We have to enlarge, but that's not the right way to do it. It has to be voluntarily, democratically, via the EU or other organizations. And because I'm a visionary, I was faced with a problem. Which concept should be the winning one? Which will be the winning one? Is it the old one still preached by Russia and China? Or will it be the new concept which prevails in the rest of the world? So again, about being a visionary, if I can come back to this. Our generation was helped by fate because we were able to see the things we should do and shouldn't do. Yes, the communism, that epoch is now gone. So we look out to the horizon for a new epoch of intellect, information, and globalization. But that epoch calls for completely new solutions. And even when democracy, it's what sort of democracy is it? You go to the polls or having free press? That's not democracy, because what's happening today in the world, I believe, goes back to the fact that societies simply don't believe in democracy. They are not defending democracy. They support demagogues and populists. And again, take the example of Ukraine and Russia. What is this really telling us? It's not about Stalin or Putin. It's the political system that creates this danger for the world. If Putin or Stalin had 2 terms of office, not longer than 5 years each, I'm sure we wouldn't be seeing such a threat to the world. So please, put it into your policies, whatever the political party, only 2 terms of office and not longer than 5 years. So there are many cases and examples like this from practice. We have to redefine left parties and right-wing parties. We were picked to break away the old order and build a new one. What you're seeing happen today with Trump and yesterday's election in Poland, see this as a discussion. You should perceive it as attempts to find solutions that will work for the new times. Yes. So, but are we going to source the new solutions and use them and get rid of the ones that shouldn't be used? Well, now with technology in the world, I mean, we've seen this several times before with pyramids being built, so they've achieved even more. But those civilizations are gone, leaving many people thinking, how come? I think there is a simple practical answer. I think they were in a similar situation like we are today, but I think we're getting there. It's Russia and China, the Arabs, different religions, and they had a similar setup. So it's about confrontation. That's how they were organized. There was certain things that should have been done. The question is, are we going to do this? Well, given this development, we just have to reorganize the way we govern and manage. If we want to survive, we have to understand that there are several topics where we have to have continental governance, and there are also other areas where we have to have global governance. This is the only way would have been the only way to save those civilizations, and it may save us. But there's the basic question is, are we able to identify the right solutions? Are we able to spot them? Because they are there. We just have to pick them, build a program around this and some structures, and that's when they will think and talk about our generation. They've destroyed the old order, but they began working a new order. And yes, it will take time because it's a grand project, but this generation can do it. I've been going on for too long. Thank you. President Lech Walesa, revolutionary and visionary. the 15th European Financial Congress. Thank you very much for these key words, Mr. President. And can I now invite? You're staying here for the session, so thank you very much. We're about to start a new session. The Prime Minister will take you to your seat. Thank you very much. And we're now about to start a new session that we have announced. Does business care about democracy? So we're going to have the president with us. And now I would like to invite Magda Dziewguć, who's a member of the Programming Council of the EKF. And last year she inspired this discussion, encouraging us to have a debate about supporting democracy by business. So first, short introduction by the moderator, and then we'll invite the other speakers. So please, over to you. And can I just add that this session is part of Global Investors Summit 2025, which has the patronage of the Foreign Ministry and Santander, Poland. Mr. President, Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, you can hardly pick a more difficult moment, can you? And it's a great honor to be asked to lead this session, and I appreciate that. And I thought that perhaps my speech will be an answer to the appeal we've heard from the Prime Minister early during the Congress, which is that his thoughts and the idea of the Congress and of Professor Pawłowicz, well, for all of these things to be continued. I would like to speak as a member of the Program Council, but also as a member of a new generation that took lessons from the President, from the Prime Minister, and we learned from our leaders to understand what's important, and that it begins with values only to be followed by profit later on. So once again, a round of applause for our leaders. Everyone, please. Global Investors Summit. This initiative was bottom-up project. It was Harvard Club of Poland and the EKF managers that initiated this. This was originally designed as a pure debate with no agendas, and debate to discuss the engines behind Poland's economy. Where are the reserves and which ones are running dry? And it's for a reason that this debate was held at the European Solidarity Center, and President Lech Wałęsa and Prime Minister Jan Krzysztof Bielecki became the patrons of this discussion, and the EKF is offering the right prestige and shape of the debate. So thank you very much for that. When we met last year, we were quite optimistic. The Polish economy, and we heard a lot about that, is doing very well. It's on its best form. Thanks to the hard work of many people who are here in this room, our economy is now being appreciated. And it makes us so happy to see the cover of the popular economic journal. Dreams are coming true. For many of us, we are becoming the world's 20th economy, a well-diversified economy based on a strong internal domestic market with strong support from a healthy banking sector. What's more important, this economy is taking ambitious strides more and more towards knowledge-based economy. We are making headlines all over the world as Poland's economy. But let me paraphrase the Nobel Prize winner, that's President Lech Wałęsa. We cannot rejoice if the masses are sad. So we haven't achieved everything yet, and it's with modesty, consideration, and solidarity that we have to go back to the roots, to the work. The sources of success for Poland's economy are now running dry. This is coming to an end. So we need new solutions and new directions for Poland to grow. And can I just remember that Poland's economic success began with the success of solidarity, because democracy is not just about economic success. The true resilience of economy is built on social success. President Wałęsa, in his historic speech in the American Congress, said, "We the nation, we the people." And Minister Jeremek He reminisced on that meeting years later on, and he spoke about the trust that the workers of the shipyard entrusted with Warsaw's intellectuals. And so, on behalf of the organizers of the Global Investors Summit, here's my difficult question. Are we investing sufficiently in building trust in our leaders? Have we invested sufficiently in solidarity? Do we know how to go back to saying we rather than them? And the investors that we will be hosting next week at the Warsaw Stock Exchange are not only taking short-term perspectives. What they really want to know is the ideas we have for Poland's future. Do we know where we're headed, where we want to go? And they will invest proportionally to how trustworthy we are. And finally, let me quote another Nobel Prize winner, that's Czesław Lawisz. The avalanche changes its course depending on the stones that it runs above. And all the leaders of Poland's economy, we are putting those stones and pebbles into place on a daily basis. We do it with consideration, with more and more solidarity. So let's go back to work, but it doesn't stop there. Let's go back to cooperation. Thank you very much. Thank you for this inspiring intervention. And now I invite Bartosz Godosławski, who will be leading the session. Yes, hello everyone. It's a great honor and distinction to be here. And now I would like to invite the panelists. We have the President, Lech Wałęsa, with us, and now Teresa Czerwińska, who's Vice President of the European Investment Bank. Professor Antara Haldar, University of Cambridge. And last but not least, Georgette Mosbacher, former U.S. ambassador to Poland. Thank you. I think we're all set here on the stage, so we're okay to start. We've just celebrated democracy in Poland. I mean, with each election, we should understand it as a celebration of democracy. Champagne bottles have not been opened by everyone to really succeed this, but generally it's been a success when we look at the turnout at the polls. So, Mr. President, let me start with this tricky question. Does anyone care about democracy in the world at all? You travel across the world. You have lectures. You've been to countries that aren't always democratic countries. Yes, exactly my point. The World War II, the post-World War II world and the order has come to an end. So we had to break it away to start building a new one. It was a past that needed a new solution, but we needed a discussion as well. Grand questions emerged, and I've categorized them into three problems, because we have to have continental and global governance or management in several of those topics. So that begs the first question. What sort of foundations do we need for Europeans who don't always see eye to eye? So what's going to unite us? Because we have to have unity. And there are two ideas on how to build the foundations. Half of Europe and the world want to build on the foundation of freedom, free market, and law. I'm trying to keep it simple. And the second half comes back with the answer saying, bad idea. First, let's agree on the values, including religions, and only then everything else will fall into place. And this is the kind of division that Europe, the world, and Poland cannot get away with. We're all entrenched, and that's the problem we're facing now. How do we deliver on that concept and vision? But even if we make this, there's still problem number 2 that I've defined. What sort of economic systems can we offer to work with the new solutions? As I'm sure you know very well, there are 2 economic systems. It's capitalist and communist. In theory, it's communism that presents itself better. Now that I travel across the world, I meet people, especially young people, and I ask them, because in the West, there are many young people who are in favor of communist solutions. So I want to know how come. And they come back with saying, but listen, check their programs. It's all about honesty, justice, and equality. That we're into that. What does capitalism have to offer? Unfair competition, unemployment, and you actually expect us to pick this over the other one? And I say, okay, it's just nice words, but it's not workable. I've tried. I've been there. I've done that. Show me a country where it has actually worked. No country has succeeded with this. You're not going to do either, so just go away with these ideas. So we're just left with capitalism. My proposal on capitalism is to leave free market economy and do the other things a little bit better and find the unemployed and get them to get a job. When we had the red race, that wasn't possible. But now that we're building a continent in globalization, the rivalry, the competition is not there, and you can also handle the problem of unemployment. So that's the second problem that I've defined. And problem number 3, now that we know what's happening in the world, well, here's my definition. How do you handle demagogues, populists, and politicians that are not being honest? There's one thing the world has failed to see. I mean, the theoretical world, because the practical world sees this. Up until the end of the 20th century, the nations were in denial, but it was all about God. Underlying value was God, under different names, but God was there. And I see a departure from that. We were afraid of the communist system and the Soviet Union, but we dealt with that. But the question is, how do you keep the nations and lead the nations who have no breaks, no fears? It's 3 great problems that our generation is facing. We have to have a discussion, come up with solutions, and talk to one another before we start building. But can we actually persuade one another? Can we translate that into structures? It was a very short question, so I tried to be brief.
There is no limit for you whatsoever. If you want to continue, just go ahead. No, like Fidel Castro, I will talk for 4 hours, okay? We have time. We have air-conditioned room. No, I have an appointment with my dentist at 3 o'clock. Thank you so much, Mr. President. So let's get back to business. A great foundation for the discussion was given to us by Mr. President. So my question to Teresa Czerwińska. Business. Does business care about democracy, and what may the institution do about it? The European Investment Bank, it's one of the key institutions in the European Union. You don't get involved in politics, right? Your institution has a completely different mandate. But do institutions like yours have anything to do with democracy? Thank you for this question. Well, it's an honor to me, Mr. President, to be able to discuss on business and how it can support democracy. I think we are mature enough to be able to discuss democracy not only politically, but also about democratic values in business. And when you said that democracy is a very wide concept, it was so right. And we, the financial institution, how do we translate this concept of democracy into business operations? Well, to begin with, we are a financial institution, the financial arm of the member states in the European Union. We are a treaty-based bank. In our DNA, we have it supporting democratic values, supporting inclusiveness, supporting development of the European Union. And today we are talking that we are very active in our attempts to combine demos and kratos and put it into financial instruments which we have in our portfolio. In our investment policy, we apply so-called exclusion lists. So we exclude support to projects which would go to operations which would be in violence to labor laws, to human rights, and something about gambling or something which would result in environmental harm. So which could bring economic benefits, but they would not bring social benefits, so no value to us. And the second principle, which is in our guidelines, it's a principle of shaping the investment policy not only based on the risk management or return, but mainly we are looking at the added value and the impact of it. A beautiful word, additionality. So whenever our equity, our money, our capital, our financial instruments, whether they may create something which you said about something which would be visionary. So in a sense, the European Investment Bank is a visionary investor for environmental projects or energy projects and the projects within infrastructure and many, many others. We support the projects, once again, which will not only bring return. We are a bank, we are financial institutions, but we mainly focus on projects which are socially beneficial. And also our third principle, this is supporting democracy and democratic values, inclusiveness outside the European Union, which means that we run our operations not only in the European Union member states, but also in countries like in Africa, in Latin America, and also we support Ukraine. From the first day of war, I remember it very well, after the war started, we signed, 2 weeks later, we signed a contract on payment of funds to cover the most urgent needs. Then it was 700 million euro, the first tranche, which supported Ukraine immediately in the first days of war. We've paid out over 2 billion euro to Ukrainian government to support different types of projects, but mainly for them so that Ukraine could build resilience in their fight against Russia. It's this nightmare war which has been going on for 4 years now. So inclusive investment and also in investment policy which looks at values, and we focus a lot on it, and supporting democracy and beneficial projects and fight against authoritarian regimes in financial terms whenever we can do it, because we are a financial institution. Well, ladies and gentlemen, something about democracy. You see what's happening out there. In the US, we have Trump. You see what happened yesterday in Poland. Well, this government and this government is making a lot of effort, but we have populists who do not believe in democracy, and they destroyed all these right ideas and good serving Poland. So now I'm coming back. Save democracy, please, my appeal to me. And to be able to save democracy, you can do that if you have 3 words in your political program. The first one, like in Ukraine, 2 terms in office, then everybody who's been elected can always be revoked, so that we could avoid chaos. You need to collect more signatures than for elections. And number 3, a very strong transparency in financing. If you have these 3 points, then in 2 generations we'll be back in democracy and save it all. If not, the world will only collapse, because we see a lot of cheating, we see a lot of different groups of interest. So it's so difficult to get out. People, when they see what's happening around, they will support populists and demagogues, and we can put fire on Europe. Amen. Huh. Well, now to Ambassador. To Madam Ambassador. Well, what we see now on a global scale, do we see now the end of the globalization era and the strategy America First of President Donald Trump? Isn't it a threat to the process of democracy in the world? Because these processes have been fueled by free trade, by flow of capital. Madam Ambassador.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say it's an honor to be on this panel with President Walesa. I was actually sitting in that Congress the day that he gave that historic speech from the United States Congress. I will never forget that. And I'd like to thank Prime Minister Beletsky for inviting me here today. It's an honor to be here. First of all, I don't think democracy is monolithic. And secondly, when you say America first, well, of course, it's America first, it's Germany first, it's Italy first, that's only normal. In my household, it's my household first. It's my family first, right? But that doesn't mean that I don't care about my neighbors. It doesn't mean that I don't want to be a good neighbor. But to suggest that because someone says it's my neighborhood first is, I think, disingenuous, quite frankly. And I'm very practical, so let me come to democracy and financial institutions. Simply, in all due respect to financial institutions on this panel, I bank with Bank of America. I don't want them to be socially active. I want them to make my money safe. It's real simple. I don't want them to be socially active. I don't want them to pick projects because what they consider their democratic values. I want them to keep my money safe, first and foremost. Secondly, I want them to invest my money where I get the greatest rate of return. I'm very selfish in that respect. I work hard, like most people do. You get a paycheck, you put it in the bank, you pay your bills, and you don't want your financial institution to be gambling with your money or interpreting what democratic values are with your money. That you can do in other ways, and I do support those other ways. It's called getting involved in financial donations to political parties. It's having advocates to lobby on your behalf. There are ways to act very active politically, and to define your own political ambitions. However, I think we have laws in place, and we respect those laws, money laundering laws, know your client laws. Those are well established, and I think those are important, and that we have those on an international level as we do accounting rules, etc. There are new challenges, certainly, with AI, and the question is, will we be able to keep up with those challenges? But I also think we must be practical and speak in practical terms. It's very easy. I go to many of these conferences and hear about democratic values, and I can tell you that globalization has been very successful for a great number of people in the world. It's brought a number of people out of poverty. It's created middle classes, but it's also left a lot of people behind. And it's very difficult when you can only have one meal a day, you do not have indoor plumbing, to worry about green policies of your financial institution. These people are worried about how they're going to keep their kids from starving. I think this is what's missing from this entire debate. How do we really make it democratic? How do we work together to be able to solve those problems in a realistic way, as opposed to trying to redefine what one person might consider democratic values and another have a different definition. Look, we're all for clean water, we're all for clean air. But you know, when you have no clean water, you only want a glass of water for your child. So we have to work it within the reality of the world today, understand that globalization has left some people behind, and it does start right at your dinner table. It does start in your neighborhood. It does start in your city, in your state, in your country, and then it works its way out. And we work together to solve the big problems. But I think we also have to keep in mind what our financial institutions have been designed to do by the shareholders and the employees of those institutions, and what it is that, what the fallout can be for being activists in areas in which the shareholders and the employees may not be in agreement.
Dziękuję bardzo, pan prezydent.
Thank you so much. Now, well, I understand globalization in a different way than you even asked. To me, globalization, these are telephones, satellite TV, airplanes, open borders that I can go to whichever country I want to. So what comes together with the development of the world and opens up opportunities. The world is ours. We have divided ourselves by borders. We should abolish it. Europe took advantage of our victory. It went very far towards building a continental Europe. We introduced euro. We opened borders. With good profession, you can work in any country in Europe. But where I was wrong, well, I thought that Europe will be followed by other continents, and that just like Europe, it will be like 50 years, and then we could get into this globalization. But everybody stopped. Only Europe went as it went gone. And Europe came up to the wall, and now we have these issues that I've listed, which stopped Europe's progress. So we need to solve these three problems, and then Europe will continue. But what will happen to other continents? I don't know. Thank you. Professor Antara Haldar, I want to ask you whether free market and free market economy, are they capable, is it capable to abolish authoritarian political regimes? Or may they carry values to the societies which suffer in these regimes? Professor Antara Haldar.
Hi, it's a great pleasure to be here, a huge honor particularly to share this panel with President Walesa, who's been a long-time hero of mine. I'm sorry I'm going to be speaking in English, but I do speak one word of Polish, and that is the word solidarność, which has been in my vocabulary for a very long time and been in my thinking for a very long time. So I'm going to take a somewhat circuitous route to answering your question, and I'm going to begin with President Walesa's comments. I think he's identified the core existential conundrum faced by our economies today, which is that the problem of values has for centuries been solved by a faith in God, right? But what Adam Smith did in 1776 when he wrote The Wealth of Nations is that he replaced the logic of God with the logic of the invisible hand. And the idea that individuals and firms pursuing their short-term interests will automatically align with social values. So it trivializes the problem of goodness. It makes the pursuit of self-interest in the individual short-term scheme of things posits that that will make the problem of sort of collective interest go away. I think history points to the fact that that is far from being the case, and that it's not individual short-term self-interest that is in the interests not only of individual people and individual firms to pursue, but that we need to pivot. We need a revolution in the domain of ideas. President Walesa led a revolution on the ground, and I know that he's sometimes skeptical of intellectuals, for good reason. There's something called Ostrom's law, which says that if something is possible in practice, it should be possible in theory. And I think that those of us who are in the academy are still catching up, because like he led the revolution on the ground, we need a revolution in the domain of ideas. And we need the notion of proximate short-term self-interest to be replaced by enlightened self-interest. And the idea that if we don't do so, if firms, businesses, banks don't start to take notions of goodness, of promoting democracy seriously, that they will slay the goose that lays the golden eggs. The same things that make businesses thrive, ideas, the capacity to challenge things, critical faculties, innovation, are the things that democracy fosters and that make democracy thrive. So they share a common interest in the ordinary person, in creating institutional structures where the ordinary person can go from being an electrical worker on the shipyard to being a trade union leader, to being the president of the nation or the CEO of a company. And businesses should take an interest in this, in promoting democracy and discouraging authoritarianism, not only because it's good, not only because it's the ethical thing to do, but because in the long run it is good for business and is the only way that we can ensure our existential continuity and survival.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie prezydencie.
Szanowni Państwo, ja bym chciał być dobrze zrozumiany.
I want to be well understood. I have nothing against theory, but I take from the theory what I find useful, and what I don't find useful, I simply throw it away. Marx, Hegel, communism, very wise people, great theoreticians, and they came up with ideas which is impossible in practice, although theoretically it's better, and capitalism is worse, but capitalism is possible while communism is not. Now, in the concept where we are to have continental ideas and global ideas, because the development requires that, then in this concept, we need to have some leading nations which will be doing it. Well, on the balloon, on the airplane, I walk up and I look at Europe, and we look at what God gave to nations. Like the French people, they got grapes and they can produce wines. Well, Ukrainians, they have great soil. Our agriculture will never survive it in competition. So everybody is required in that puzzle. We simply need to look what God gave to what nation, what to do, so that everybody could use it and that it would be profitable to everybody. Like until now, we used to build our airports in a strategic design, but now we see that it was in the wrong place. Maybe not Berlin, maybe airport would be best located in Gdańsk for the entire Europe. So planning the continent for everybody in a wise way. So to use what God gave us. Well, God gave little to Poland, but he was honest, and we had this great geographical location. Nobody will take it away from us. So from us is longest between, Berlin and Moscow, south and north, east and west. So location is great. Equipment and hotels, travels. This is our wealth, and the Europeans need to plan it together and plan the development and good performance. This is what we are doomed to, really, and there is no collision, really. Simply different design. So, well, Ukraine, we are giving them our place in agriculture, but they have to give us place to build something so that everybody would find the place under the sun. And this development which you covered, these are old methods. This is rivalry, competition. No, we need to design this world in a completely different way. Well, you are not a theoretician, you are a revolutionary man and practitioner. I have one question to all of you. You wanted to say something, right? I just want to, well, what Mr. President said, we need the design of a new economic model. We need a new driving force which would take the democratic values as the foundation. That's why we need institutions such as public financial institutions, which would direct the equity, which would motivate private business to be able to finance revolutionary development projects, thus giving new impetus to the economy. So this typical risk and return approach is not sufficient, as it is not imperfect, because financial market is very often insufficient, and especially if we at longer time horizon. So institutions like the European Investment Bank, the World Bank, the European Bank of Reconstruction, so these are the driving forces of development which pull the economy forward. In longer perspective, we have premium for democracy. So if we look at research of 50 years, so we see that in countries which have transformed the system from authoritarian to democratic system, they receive something which we call premium for democracy. And the revolution, it would give profit, but in longer perspective. So you need to be patient to invest in it, and to so that others will follow. Thank you. Well, so you got our discussion towards the question which I really want to ask all of you. So in this way, the values, democratic values, human values, moral values, can they win if with the rate of return, with profits, or maybe these two worlds can be combined? What do you say? In our development, we at the end of the 20th century, we got to the country state idea. Even the war, Hitler, he wanted to have bigger country. Nobody wanted then to give it away, so a war came. But then it was too little to develop further. We need to have continents globalization. 20 years ago, I was talking about it. I said 20 years ago, I decided, I was talking that we need to have some leading countries. I've noticed 15 global issues which will never be solved by one country alone. They demanded global solutions. So let's go to the US, ask the US, so that for this, they should find solutions. If they do it okay, then they will be responsible for that, because we got this right to them. And then there were meant to be some 30 continental issues. And here in Europe, I wanted to go to France, Germany, and ask them to come up with solutions to these 30 issues. If you like it, then you will be responsible for delivery. You'll be leaders. But nobody really wanted to be a leader. The US doesn't want it. Germany doesn't want it. France doesn't want it. And so we need to push more for that with all our efforts, to be able to understand our times, that these times, we will not survive if we don't do it. But then again, you need to look at the previous epochs, what has still to be done. Well, here in this generation, we have the biggest opportunity for peace and welfare, but we need to notice it all. Where to start with? From democracy? Should we do that? If someone starts to solve one issue, then maybe they will also solve other issues. Well, this is our generation. So do you think we suffer from lack of leaders? Yes, because we are more focusing on one country, on one nation. So we are not really following the development. Instead of focusing on continental solutions, we started the war here. So from this nation-focused solutions, we need to get over to globalization. And people are stubborn, and they simply want to to lead the way. And the populists may put fire on Europe and on the world. And now people say that Trump will stop globalization. Of course he won't. Trump, if he proposed it till in the 20th century, yes, of course, a powerful country. But now the world says no, not nations, not states. So Trump has no chance to do it because he will go against the development. Of course, he can declare war, but he will never win this concept because it's not in line with the development. The development is for globalization, and he is getting back to his own country. Wow.
Grać ze stopami.
Back to my question. Can values win with interest rates and profits? Over to you, Madam Ambassador. For my grandfather, the value was to fight the Germans and the Soviets. You just have to rearrange the values and the behaviors and work with the epoch that you live in. Madam Ambassador?
Values and globalization are necessarily mutually exclusive of one another. Who isn't for goodness? I mean, who isn't for righteousness? Who isn't for following the law and doing the right thing? You know, my mother told me when I was very young, life isn't fair, get over it, right? And deal with the reality that you work with. But if we really want to define democracy, it lets loose creativity and innovation. That comes from transparency, rule of law. This is the definition of democracy, I think, as we all know it. It certainly isn't the definition of communism, where you have an independent judiciary, where you do have a rule of law, where you have financial institutions who respect those laws, who have accounting standards, etc. So I think that when it doesn't necessarily, of course, leadership is fundamental to everything, but at the end of the day, it's about the individuals that are allowed to dream, to innovate, to experiment, and that is in a democratic society that's allowing people to follow those dreams, to innovate. And that comes when you have a society that respects the rule of law, that have values that respect one another, that respect human rights. Will life ever be perfect or necessarily fair? No, but that doesn't mean we don't strive for that. But it also doesn't mean that we have to have one size fits all. It doesn't mean that we need to dictate to sovereign nations what our definitions are for different human aspects of how we want to live. If we're going to talk about freedom and democracy, then let's be very, very open about that. The freedom to think how you want to think, do what you want to do, go where you want to go, and have as few regulations that inhibit that, but have regulations that respect one another, that keep us safe. And I go back to my original point. We basically all want the same thing. We want to work hard. Well, some do. Others want a government to supply that for you. But basically, I mean, I was brought up with values that say take personal responsibility, work hard, give back, share. And this is something I think we all strive for. The question is how we want to define that. And do we want to impose our definition of certain values on others? And I think that we can all agree that if we have mutual respect and that we follow the rule of law, and we have seen extraordinary technology. This isn't the world that I was born into 78 years ago. It's different, but it's better. and life is better. So many more people are pulled out of poverty. We have a growing middle class, so it's been working pretty good so far. I think it's when the elites and when bureaucracy gets so bloated and so out of control that it tries to control those of us who do dream and do innovate and are willing to work hard and are willing to respect the rule of law, are willing to be transparent. All of that exists. The question is, can we work together for those same goals, as opposed to defining what goodness is? I respect the professor here, but what my definition of goodness is, and maybe her definition may be two different things. I can certainly tell you when I got divorced, my idea of what was fair and my husband's idea of what was fair, two totally different things, all right? Fairness is subjective. We have the Ten Commandments. I think they've lasted a long time and served us well. And yet there are those who would challenge that. That's fine. I have no problem with challenging those values. I do have a problem with when you try to define those and make that definition where we all have to adhere to that. I don't think we should be defining goodness for other people. We should be defining success for other people. What we should be doing is trying to do the best we can, live the best lives we can, and help those who need our help. I absolutely believe there are three areas of society. One, I think it's the elderly. Two, it's children. Three, it's animals. We all have a moral responsibility to take care of those three classes of things, because they can't take care of themselves. Beyond that, I think it's all right to be somewhat selfish with respect to your goals and your family and your friends, and what you want as a nation may not totally align with your neighbors, but that doesn't mean you can't still be a good neighbor.
Dziękuję bardzo. Profesor Haldar.
Thank you very much, Professor Haldar. Can value win over interest rates of return and profits? Is the winning necessary in the first place? Can these two worlds come together?
Since I have President Walesa's blessings, I'm going to invoke two theorists who I think capture a debate that we've been having for the last 80 years that remains unresolved still. And they're both Central European theorists who characterize the market in very different ways. So, according to Friedrich Hayek in The Road to Serfdom, markets are these spontaneously self-constituting entities that work best when they're left completely to their own devices. And I think Hayek is right about many things. I think markets are unique in their ability to take disaggregated information and channel it into the signal of prices to be able to allocate resources. There's no question about this. However, the debate that he had with Karl Polanyi, the Hungarian economic scholar, in The Great Transformation, is about whether those markets exist in a vacuum or whether they exist against the backdrop, whether they are embedded in a social and a political context. And I firmly believe that they exist embedded in a social and a political context, and that the markets are as good as the institutions that they're embedded are in. I think we're all in agreement that we need markets. We need them to be robust. We need the profit motive, and prices signal important things. But the question is, what is the context in which markets operate? And to me, the institutions that they're embedded in are key. So we need polycentric institutions, like President Walesa is pointing us to, robust local institutions, like the trade union, like Solidarność grew out of. We need regional institutions, like the European Union, because there are certain kinds of problems that can only be solved at that level. But we also need more robust supranational institutions, perhaps a successor to something like the UN, that can solve the problems that are at a planetary scale. So we need that. We need institutions that will encourage innovation. And we need limits potentially on what we can and cannot invest in. I don't propose to come up with a sort of unified theory of goodness, but we do this already. We've decided we're not debating the efficiency of slavery, for instance. We've decided that this is something that we don't do in the market economy. We've decided that colonialism, Russia may not have got the memo completely yet, but that's not something that we do. So there are certain limits that we can impose on institutions, a sort of collective agreement that we can come to about how we harness markets to the ends that we are interested in normatively as a society. If we don't do that, I worry that markets will be like horses bolting into an uncertain and an increasingly dangerous seeming unknown. So I do think that it's possible to strike this balance. And I think that in all the successful market economies that we've seen, we've seen society manage to strike that balance between profits and societal good in a way that neither stifles markets completely nor gives it complete autonomy to be the only criterion determining what we do as societies and polities.
Thank you very much. Dziękuję bardzo. Pani prezes Czerwińska.
Thank you very much. And now over to Ms. Czerwińska. What looks like two opposing words, but do you think can they come together, which seems to be the suggestion from the previous speakers? It's about social values and profits. Can these two things come together?
Yes, I want to complement what we've said before. We don't need to make it to put it in contradiction, risk and profit. If we look today, well, I will refer to several research. They are available in the publication published by the European Financial Congress on how financial institutions may support democracy. We show many cross-section research, and we prove that if we put values into our decision-making process, such as workers' rights, environmental standards, or list of exclusions and so on, to financial people, it will not result in lower rate of return. This has been research. I was the pleasure to contribute to it, and we were looking also at American investment funds, so-called ESG funds, which invest in line with the values. So what's important to the financial markets, it can be composed. So this values may go hand in hand together with good return and with risk mitigation, irrespective of what we want to support, innovations or something else. Anyway, it will not cut our profit. But what we see is this long-term investment. So quite often, what you, Professor, said, the financial market, which look at short-term results and this risk and revenue changes, it may premium certain behavior. So as a result, when we have additional criteria, it may seem too complicated, too difficult, because then the time horizon of the return may be longer then. But it's an important piece of news to the finance people. Please don't be afraid of values in your investment portfolio. You should not be afraid of it. You should not be afraid of value-related criteria, because once again, in long perspective, it will not be in opposition to risk and revenue. Thank you. Well, there are two reasons why we need to end. To begin with, we will be having Marta Pęczar, a speech from the IKF research. I want to thank you very much. You were beautifully different in your views, and you were in agreement with many views. So we have Lech Walesa, Teresa Czerwińska, Andara Haldar, and Georgette Musbacher, and now it's time for Marta Pęczar. Thank you so much for your attention. I will take some time with you because this question whether business cares for democracy, well, each day of the recent years, I've been asking this question to me. After the summit last year, together with President Lech Walesa, we initiated this discussion. The discussion to which we have invited economists from the entire world. We asked them to tell them whether business likes democracy and what kind of solutions may be potentially applicable to strengthen democracy. Because recently some economists would call it the recession of economy. And what I can tell you now is that in our debate we had 32 authors who shared their opinion with us. All the participants of this panel are co-authors of this publication. They gave their opinion and they proposed certain solutions. Generally, we may say, well, all of you are more than welcome to download the book, Profits and Principles. You have the QR code to do that. The truth is that today you may ask an additional question to it, and this additional question is about the fact that the business today may remain neutral towards democracy. And the authors very clearly highlighted that democracy is the condition for sustainability of our development. If business neglects democratic values, then in these non-democratic countries, sooner or later, if a system does not respect human rights, does not respect the independent judiciary, then they will not respect the ownership rights sooner or later. Where the government feels no limits, then the capital will be hostage to such regimes. So it seems that in today's world, business, capital, they need to be part of responsibility and not just of growth. Thank you so much. And please download the book and read the opinions of the authors. Thank you so much. So once again, round of applause. And please be brave before your visit with the dentist, your appointment with the dentist. Thank you. Thank you so much. I want to thank the participants of this discussion panel. I want to thank the moderator. Thank you for all the inspiring and interesting comments, which will definitely inspire you to continue the discussions. And now we will be having a lunch break. So you are all welcome to lunch. And now please be back at 3 o'clock. We'll initiate the simultaneous sessions. A lot of interesting participants, a lot of inspiring subjects today during the first day of the 15th European Financial Congress. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you.